Okay, so I'm going to be experimenting with something today, which is hopefully going to go something approximating well. Second. that okay? Is that stable? Hopefully. I need to get a shim for this, or wait for the other thing to happen. Okay, so. Hey. The hell? Disconnect, reconnect. Okay. So. We are going to try and get the other half of the MAtIS run going. Okay, cool. So I missed these. Let's respond to that. Grab that. Okay, let's do first reply to that. We lost alert towers due to infiltrators. So due to car bombs used by infiltrators rather than an external force, rather than one of the bum rush horde raid. Basically, they had someone already in the city blow up. Okay. Let me change locals to cruise. I think I got confused while writing that myself. Let's edit that. Out of they lost themselves while trying to keep us keep us from launching the interceptors and the schism. Oh. Yeah, I know we can't use the accessory. That's fine. I don't give a shit about the accessory. I just want to know that that is indeed working the way it is supposed to be. There we go. Oh yeah, how are you doing? I'm currently experimenting with something, with an alternative tracking solution than I was using before. Previously, well, it's not really, it's the same tracking solution. But yeah, I'm messing around with using a wired internet connection for my phone and streaming over Ethernet instead of over Wi-Fi. Because the main reason I don't trust Wi-Fi is because I don't like the latency of wireless connection. But the Ethernet connection seems to be working well, and if it continues to work well, I think I can get away with fully switching over to Linux a little faster, because Linux still doesn't do a lot of USB connections. But this should fix a bunch of other stuff. No, use this time to... they lost a lot. We need to... so we need to... need to streamline everything. Ooh. That's unfortunate. What happened? Oof. That sucks. And about the fighter stuff, I've heard me. That said, everyone that's seen panicking. It's because they kind of didn't take things to go remotely. Well, why? Forming team. Yep. What thing that I want? Yep. It's the same, it's the FNAF problem. All of these clones of FNAF are being clones in all the worst ways. It's like they want to be live service games without being live service games. But a live service mascot horror would also be pretty interesting. where like where they release content every so often with new paths for everybody to follow. I haven't heard too much about that. Let's see if we can set a record and for a MAtIS chapter and finish in 2 days. Forgot to do that. If you but, I don't recall at the moment. Or sounds like it might be interesting. We both are fairly well. Ooh, do you enjoy it? If when definitely does sound quite interesting. So yeah. Okay, sure. Yeah, but I just sent you a response. So I guess you would have seen it because that included in that. Okay, but yeah. Nagar Fighter. That sounds fun. But yeah. I mean, if you need more medics, then maybe play something more medic focused. Like that's a problem with a lot of team comp games. It's because there are team compositions that are not as fun for certain players to play. And like the challenge with making support characters feel important is pretty tricky because they are important, like from a tactical perspective. But it's hard to make people feel as important as they want to feel when like the cool stuff is being done by others. Right. But yeah, I've by the way, for Jekyll, I've pinged the other two regarding the importance of their PCs. So I'll let you know once I get a response. Mm. Yeah, team comp is always messy. Mm. Yeah. Uh, oh, that is the worst way of doing healers. Unless they have like better regen or something. Uh, okay. between them they were. Oh, with the initial. Okay. What are tapes? Interesting. Okay. Okay, interesting. Okay. Okay. With the initial posturing out of the way, they to give something. The initial part get something together. Basic. The initial posturing out of the way, they managed to get something together. Simple. Initial posturing. These began to make some headway. Sharing much of what they were willing to put on these. There were, however, hey Alan, how you doing? Oh, hold on, I hear some knocks at the door. I need to respond to that. Something to organize later. I'm doing a minor shift to my setup so that I have what is effectively wired internet for my phone while I'm for my face tracking. And looks like, fingers crossed, knock on wood, It is working-ish. And this means I should have a more consistent setup between the stuff I'm setting up for Linux and my Windows setup. That's there was, however, some at the end of, however, there was enough information shared with they required a short recess. However, the military of an L2 grenade had been of an L2 micro large micro dense laser had been enough that Canopus Mm, mm, uh, oh, and that that infantry large laser had been the MAtIS needed to prioritize X3 8 or table. Mm. Hello, how are you doing? Largely it's enough to the magistrate. Immediately scheduled follow. Why is that saying 12? That should say 16th. 17. We can do that. I'm gonna set this to 18th. And we're gonna set this one to 17th. I'm doing pretty good. I actually made a decent amount of progress on this chapter yesterday. And if I can replicate that today, I will be halfway through my writing goal for the next 2 weeks on this story. So I have two things that I run. I have this story, which is a test for this writing tool that I made, which is basically a roller in the style of like Celestial Forge or whatever else. And and this story I've already posted 38 chapters of it, and I have written out to what do you call it? I've written out to 48. Well, I'm writing 48 right now. But the goal is to have a 10 chapter backlog at minimum. So I write 2 chapters a week until I catch up to that, and I post once every 2 weeks. And then once I have 10 chapters, I just maintain that by writing 1 chapter every 2 weeks. Or if I feel good about something and I'm like making good progress, I keep writing. I'll only stop trying to write ahead at 15 chapters. And yeah, June. So then the other thing that I'm doing is Mercenary Clan Quest, which is like a tabletop RPG kind of situation, where we have a bunch of people voting on the actions of the main character, leading a clan in this sort of like pseudo Naruto inspired original world, where it's basically the whole idea of this like mercenary clans of wizards running around in this semi-medieval warring world that is like very vaguely inspired by the whole like Naruto Warring Clans era that I've only seen like a couple of authors explore to any great detail. Outside, and like even Kishimoto didn't do very much with it. So yeah, that's what this is. I normally do about 500 to 1,000 words for these for each of these updates, which I do on weekdays. And yeah, I'm feeling pretty good about that. Should be terrible. Something needs to be done. Of course. Of course. That's it. No. I mean, we need to. Is Mindo Waterly a major character yet? No, she's not even alive yet. Uh, uh, no, it is. Declared. Those damn songs of theirs have been poisoning. He just came to power like 2 years ago. Themselves warned. We've been working. Sure. We've been. Us. Yeah. Other than that, I'm currently experimenting with my setup so that I can pave the way for my full transition over to Linux in the near future. I'm looking to fully replace my Windows setup. The only thing that's stopping me right now is the fact that StreamerBot doesn't work on Linux. And I am working on a replacement called Broadcast Butler, and I'm making good progress. I do kind of need to expand some stuff to now include Kick, because it's starting to look like Kick might be becoming something of an actually valuable what do you call it? An actually valuable implementation for all of this. So yeah. I have already put out the orders. Ensure that our forces to push people, or push more support. And push the leaguers towards dealing with the of I've already I have already alright. You need to be also can't afford to avoid your thing. I've already authorized you to direct our league assets. League assets to support the Marion. And lean and inside the Capellan tensions against the need to we can't afford to keep playing it safe. Sentiment in much of the rimward. In much of the periphery and in many less developed world. Rosenstein. Fine. Those damn songs of theirs have been poisoning significantly many less. We've seen far less recruitment than it's been less than a month, and we have already seen significant proliferation, even among the lower echelon of there are several prospective ROM agents that we can no longer consider for due to sentiment surrounding self-sufficiency and uplift pressure. We're so we also seeing beginnings it might be initially concerning, but the premise is that no, Comstar's greatest asset No, Comstar's greatest asset is our secret. As we is in the secrets that we hold. While and the trust that we have cultivated over the century. One raw, and we would be risking and if we allow that threat to fester, we would. Yeah. So what projects? What projects have you been working on lately? We would be in a far worse. There are already four. There are already the beginnings. Several organizations are looking to uplift. Are looking to become involved in local projects. Yes, really in as well as short range, as well as comparatively local trade offer. Not to mention increase. Not to mention the jump in bounties being put on anti-pirate operation. Last I heard. Nice. Have you read what's it called? Hard Enough? Hard Enough is a lot like the kind of thing you're talking about, except for it focuses. Yeah, Hard Enough is very similar to what you're describing, except for it has the main character being Brock, where like it's an SI into Brock kind of. And it like focuses a lot. It does like a merge between the manga and anime worlds, kind of. So that's interesting. And there's also, like, if you want something that's a little more lighthearted, there's also Pokemon Trainer Vicky, which is, it feels like the author, say, it feels like Saras, for that, the author, decided that they wanted to start with a more gritty setting like Hard Enough, but they wanted to eventually transition to a more lighthearted setting like the standard Pokemon anime, and they're sort of doing that, and that's also pretty interesting. But yeah, I actually have an idea for one that I want to do, which centers around, like, you know how occasionally you'll see in Pokemon, you'll get like these humans with weird powers, and I was thinking, what would it be like if I wrote a story that was like that focused on the what's it called? Focused on those powers, where it's like the main character is doing their best to, you know, explore, you know, explore all of those weird powers. Like they actually learn psychic powers, they learn magic, they learn like aura stuff, and it just keeps it keeps expanding from there. So yeah. Not to mention the jump in boundaries. Last I heard, there are 8 new multi-million multi-million C-bill bounties being bounty pools on 7 different known on major pirate groups, and we already have mercenary sniffing. If this is three and at least 5 more that are reaching that point. Having not to mention the local politics. Let me think. That are on track to reaching that point. Probably. So they are focusing. Don't. We can use that to pull away. That's. We should have enough. So, we can use it. Lead. Believe. Needs to bleed. Support for internal advance. Advance. And our usual. For protecting our deniable assets Good work. No. Aren't focusing on the pie problem. We knew. That have surpassed 10 million bills, and at least 5 more are on track. Hmm. Sims. They've set up a bounty pool for their heads. There's 101 different mercenary commands that have shown interest. Nice. Yeah. For the story that I was writing that I was thinking of writing, it would basically be written be written at 2 points in the timeline at once, where you would have the main character first be you would like every alternate chapter would be written during the main character's first journey that would be happening about 10 to 15 years before Ash goes on his journey. And then you would have the main character joining along, traveling with Ash later on after certain events in the original anime timeline. So that seems like it'd be fun. Nice. that have shown interest in the bounties, and none of them are doing more basic. And doing more than basic board. Managing that it's it's your job. Ooh. Honestly, I'm quite surprised. Everything I've heard about Unity is that it's basically no better. It's like, has Unity been getting better lately? Like, the way I understand it right now is that you basically do Unreal Engine if you want super high details. I guess you do Unity if you're doing like a lot of cross-platform stuff. If you're doing like mobile and web and the other stuff. But I've also heard good things about Godot getting better in terms of cross-platform stuff. Well, I guess someone has to do that. Your job to be your make sure that we if the chaos is so will only be and we just need to be Chaos will only be an opportunity for just need to make use of it. Direct see if we can get a sign on with the Marion. It will be but we can't afford. Chaos will be an opportunity for us. We just need to make use of it, but we can't afford to. Chaos will only be an opportunity. We can't afford to open ourselves. Especially our effort to deal with the castle bribe that we discovered on Lyria failed. I'm not certain what came of it. Those damned fairs only came out after they revealed. Crap. After they gained access. need to ensure the fact that need to ensure does not even and I need to roll the next perk. Oh. Oh, damn. That is the second intelligence buffing perk that Jun has gotten. They are now legitimately as intelligent as other people think they are. Jun now has true genius and incredible intellect. Oh god. Legend sucked in going over the latest draft of the... Okay, I'm gonna be right back. One moment. I'm back, dudes. Uh, um, there new. There is another vision. Recently that once more handed. Uh, uh, um, um, uh, uh, and improving to the point. That they um mm, but yeah. Shinka, I have a question for you. If you're still around. Mm, mm, yeah, no. So I was wondering, right? You're looking a lot into the games and stuff. What lore are you going for with Mega Evolution? And like, I'm assuming you're touching some stuff into that if you're doing Diamond and Pearl, right? You said you were doing Diamond and Pearl. Yeah, Diamond. Sorry. Are you going with the original explanation where it's like this exalting thing where um the Pokemon grows more powerful and stuff, or like it's based on the trainer's bond and everything? Or are you going with the whole, oh, it's actually causing them huge harm that they did in Sun and Moon? I think they did like a lore retcon to try and make it a thing. There's far more benefits from this. That they being able easily pick that it had required significant rework. There. Mm. Mm. Oh. There's actually this other fic that I stumbled across recently that had a really interesting take on it. Where there, like, if you try and force a mega evolution when you don't have like the appropriate bond, and you are just kind of like forcing it through determination and willpower, then it gets painful. But if you have like that underlying bond to build on, there's still some level of chaos as the Pokemon is like empowered and made more aggressive and stuff, but it's still more or less, it's not like, it's not painful. It's just like being hyped up on it's just more like being drugged, where they're more aggressive and violent, but not necessarily angry. They just get more into a specific fight. Mm. Um. Their plans. So. What once seemed complete, complete, now came across as simple and too perfect. Brittle and lacking room for adjust. They're going with like the infinity energy route. You could say that like a keystone is technically a a humanite, like you know how there's, so it's basically the mega stone for humans. Therefore, when the mega evolution happens, the trainer is also like quote unquote mega evolved. It's just that a mega human still just looks like a human, but has vastly improved aura slash energy manipulation abilities. And like it's operating at like a subconscious level, right? So that's part of where the boost comes from, and it's also able to like empower them to deal with certain things like stress and injuries and whatnot, and that's kind of how that works. Yeah, but you could, like, just like the Pokemon Mega Evolving needs the human to be there, you could have it be on the other side, where the human, quote-unquote, Mega Evolving also has the Pokemon that needs to be there, right? It would be like a binary system, where the stones allow for a specific interaction, where, like, the infinity energy or whatever that's tied into Mega Evolution flows into both parties. And it goes from just hmm, but yeah, like I don't know. Mm, uh, yeah, I have full confidence in you, and I'd love to see how you do eventually get around to it. Um, mm, the deal with the just say with the say with Canopus. After proving the capabilities of an L2 of a man portable L2 weapon against battleneck armor. The value of those weapons deals had improved massively. I want to see something. I'm gonna try something. Webpage complete. Inner sphere. Much of civilization. Yeah, civilization. Show in folder. Open that in Firefox. I just want to see, will this work the way I think it does? No, it doesn't. The JavaScript is not working. Mm. 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 Okay. If I... Does that work? Uh, uh, mm, uh, 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 that's kind of working. Mm. Oh, so it's manually generated. Okay. Uh, how do I run this? Uh, I'll need to install npm, I think. Uh, 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 mm, mm, uh, mm, npm on. Or whatever. Go with this. Yep. Da, da, da. Pretty decent. I just rolled a really, really important perk. It's the second intelligence buff. I mean, there's also this, which is also really important. But this is the bigger one. Because that is effectively... Jun is now actually as smart as people think they are. Like, this is the level of intelligence that they would have needed to have developed... Like, maybe not liquid light, because that's kind of bullshit, but to have learned and developed at least the polymer stuff that they have been educated on so far. Right? That level of thing. If Jun had... Now that Jun has both incredible intellect and true genius, which I believe was from... 43, right? In 43, Jun got true genius, and now they just got incredible intellect. If they were in the MCU, they are now on par with, like, the Tony Stark / Hank Pyms of that universe. So, yeah. They are officially, like, they are officially, like, one of the smartest people in the entire inner sphere right now. Yep. NVM install latest. Okay, what version is this using? Latest node version. Yes, I believe between Jumble and the intelligence perk, Jun is now much more likely to start proliferating stuff. Like, I'm already having Jun distribute L2 based weapons. Especially in terms of especially if nothing else, speak very special about the actual ability of the and the effects of Battle Blue now that they had the broad specification. Good morning. How are you doing, Sasquatch? Nice. I am currently working on my writing goal for the next 2 weeks. It's more that Liquid Light is so I have 2 stories that I'm working, well, 2 story related writing projects that I'm working on. There's this story, which is a test story for this thing that I made over here, which is the March of Civilization. It's basically this roller-based writing tool as power set for the main character, and I decided to write a fanfiction in BattleTech in order to test it. I've been writing about chapters, each around 4,500 words. I'm currently on chapter 48, but that's project 1. Project 2 is this tabletop RPG that I run on weekdays, and I post updates every day. Chapters range from anywhere from 500 words. Updates range anywhere from 500 words to 1,500 words. Depends on the specific one. And yeah, this with regards to these chapters, the goal is, while I'm building up my backlog, 2 chapters, a chapter every week, and each chapter is, as I said, 4,500 words, and I got a little over halfway last time. So let's say a little over halfway yesterday. So if I can push, I think I can do I can finish one of the chapters today, and that'll be interesting. And then I just need to be able to do the other thing. Oh wait, hold on. Did I mess up the other thing? Yeah. So what projects are you working on? Hold on, I think I remembered something. Is this Python -m HTTP? Allow open. Hey. Oh, that's all I needed to do. Okay. I think I can set up the position. Okay, so if I look up. Okay, so now if I go into the data and I add a system near. So I want it between Leximon and Arhadra. So if I do Victus, and then I do this, so it'll have to be 5, 6, 2. Okay, that's 1, 7. So that'll be 2, 4. Oh, okay. Okay, so if I look in here, where does it get the favicon systems.json? Okay, so it looks like I got it in the wrong place. Okay, so if I look up Lord and Axe, and then I make a copy of Lord and Axe, and I do here, and I do this, and I do, and then I do I copy this, and I go into Victus, and then I go, okay, this needs to be 5, and that needs to be 2, 4, 2. I refresh. Do I see a new planet here? Nope. Apparently not. Yeah, I could never work like that, unfortunately. I'd love to be able to, but the thing is, I would only ever end up writing, like, really, really... Oh, no, it is here. I did add it. That is good. Okay, so if I bump this to 6, do I get it is, and then I think this is 3. Nice. Okay, I will have to adjust this map a little bit more. But now that I know how this works, I think fingers crossed, or every single finger crossed, I can create, I do the editing that I need. Nice. Oh, this isn't my work. This is someone else who developed this for BattleTech. They did literally all the work. I am just editing it slightly for my own use. With the story that I'm working on, I'm trying to figure out. I was just trying to figure out how to do it, and I am basically the way I'm running this universe is because of the way Jun's the main character. They have a power that is basically like kind of an Iron Man slash Ant-Man slash not Reed Richards, but like, you know, all those tech heroes who build shit and are really good at it. That's what the March is supposed to be. It's about being able to make stuff really well. And Jun has effectively been been backed into the position. Yeah, it's kind of, yeah. But Jun has effectively been backed. It also has a bunch of support skills. So Jun also has like some magic, and because it does also include a bunch of spellcraft and other things that handle, you know, magical and psychic and other stuff. Because there's also energy manipulation powers that are interesting. But yeah, not many of them have come up, oddly enough. Only the Eldritch ones. But yeah, basically the way I have it is that the Jun kind of like, so Jun's set up here in the capital of this interstellar polity, initially creating a company in order to fund their future travel plans, and as they grew more powerful and their creation started to proliferate, these two nations are both pirate nations, right? They are both nations that have built up their power by basically raiding the other people around them, taking slaves, taking resources, yada 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 yada. These guys like claim not to be, but they totally are, right? And they saw the increasing technological capabilities of VIT and how it was making things much harder for them to prey on the people here, and basically decided, yeah, fuck that, we can't let their tech proliferate, and they engaged in a massive war against these two guys. Except because of Jun's tech, they were able to defeat first these guys. These guys are still alive for now, but they were able to defeat these guys, and they will eventually defeat these guys. And Jun is going to effectively be the de facto ruler of this entire area of space. That's going to be called the Victus Coalition. And that's where like the next arc is going to be. And I want to edit this map so that we have a single large polity here that I will edit for, you know, I'll edit for the stuff. So yeah. And basically I'm gonna have Jun set up. Like, there's going to be the... Yeah. But yeah, so the biggest challenges are because of the random nature of the power. Jun has repeatedly gotten abilities that basically sidetrack the entire story development several times, right? So, before this, they had run into um, like before this, one of the things they got was yeah. So one of the things is they got like actual they got their first super intelligence perk after I had decided, okay, I need Jun to have some level of access to hyperspace technologies, like for the future of the story, right? So I just finished writing the section where Jun gained control, gained access to like a historical store of research papers into the local FTL system. And I was going to basically write it as this whole thing where they are redeveloping the technology and they're going to be starting off with like primitive jump drives that will be weaker than the stuff that is currently in existence, but they will be able to continue progressing it because they will have the actual knowledge. But then Jun got the hyperintelligence perk, like the first intelligence perk, True Genius, which basically means, oh, okay, they are now like actually a proper genius, and instead of just faking it by being super well educated by their power, and as a result, they are able to actually create, like, use the research they have gathered to create stuff that is on par with like the best military technology before the apocalypse, right? Because they've just gained access to the underlying theories, they can now develop the like actual practical applications that those theories lead to. Except Jun now got the next one, which is now going to be, okay, Jun is definitely developing the sorts of technologies that other civilizations will only say other factions in this universe will only get like a few hundred years from now after they find a similar cache of papers that's elsewhere in the galaxy, and use that to uplift use that to like reverse the decline of civilization and start rebuilding everything. And yeah, it's going to mean that Jun is going. I need to focus on more of the political aspect, which is already the bit I'm weakest at. Um, but yeah, Jun has very little like technological competition at the moment, and the way things are going, they are going to be like militarily, like in terms of conflicts, almost unbeatable. I'm kind of trying to temper that by Jun being the kind of person who doesn't want to be like a random despot. So if they do conquer anyone, they will have to spend so much time and effort raising their quality of life that like actually taking territory will be a pain in the ass for them, especially since they'll want to do other stuff. And yeah, I'm kind of figuring out how to go here. With this, with some modifications to their oh um modification to their one of their laser weapon. Jun had been able to create a prototype man portal anti metal something the others were already calling the dense Uh, the thing is, this whole power set is kind of intended to be a little bit OP, right? This is based on the Celestial Forge power set, and this is weaker than Celestial Forge, right? And the way I'm kind of putting it is that we are limiting Jun's capability based on their own standards of what constitutes like what they are willing to live with, right? Like what they believe to be their responsibility and what they're willing to live with. And one of the big things is that unlike every other ruler in Battletech, Jun is actually a decent person who who has a sort of innate compassion for other people, which means that they are like very much interested in seeing the people under them thrive. And as a result, Jun will be spending a lot of time uplifting their civilization. And that uplift was always going to be a big part of the story. But the problem is, the level of intelligence Jun has, like, Jun is in this setting, well, if Jun, with this power set, the way I think about it is, with the two intelligence boosting perks right now, Jun is now an intellect on par with, like, Tony Stark or Hank Pym in the MCU, right? Like, damned impressive. Like, when you put that in a setting where, because of previous choices I made that I'm not willing to edit, because that's just kind of the nature of the perk, the nature of the story, it puts me in a situation where I need to consider how other people will be trying to undermine Jun in ways that aren't military force. Like, there might be some, but Jun is in a position where crude military force is not enough to defeat them. Yep. I fully remember that. Unfortunately, there is no way to rip the intelligence out of this guy. But yeah, I mean, this isn't going to make him a dick or anything. He was always, well, they were always pretty decent person. It's just that they got the intelligence too late, but also too early. They got it after the point where Jun would have been able to use that same level of intelligence to avoid being made the ruler of the Victus Coalition. But they also got it too early to avoid, too early in that if they had gotten it halfway through the next arc, maybe, Jun would have been in a position where they are already established and tied up in pre-existing treaties and stuff. This is the point at which True Genius and Incredible Intellect as perks can have the most benefit, because it is before Jun has tied themselves up into a bunch of treaties limiting their options, and after they have already been forced into a position of authority where they are where they have taken on the taken on the responsibility of ensuring that the people that call what is now the Victus Coalition home will actually live a good life. And that is a combination that basically says, oh, we now have a polity in Battletech who A, cares about the other people involved, and B, actually is in a position to do something about that, right? With the I mean, to Jun, it is partially a relief. I'll have to go into it in more detail, right? Right now, they've just been really busy, so they don't have the time to really think about it, and I'll probably go into it more in the upcoming chapters as they return to Coalition space. But it's probably equal parts relief and not really concern, right? Because they've already had their powers for years now, and it's never done anything bad to them. But it's probably more like a distaste or misfortune, because a lot of again, Jun would have vastly preferred getting this level of intellect before they got tied, before the war would have been great, right? The whole reason they're in this situation is because the Victus Coalition because a war came up from the Victus Coalition, from the pirate states attacking the various polities that came together to form the Victus Coalition. So if Jun had even just the black boxing technology, right? The first perk they got this chapter, a jumble of wires and components, just this alone, and Jun would have been really happy to distribute these devices to the defenders in order to clean things up. And maybe they still would have been messy, but they could say, okay, no, and if they had the intellect, they could deal with, okay, how do we actually distribute these things? Yada 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 yada. But with the L2 reservoir carefully containing encircling the primary mechanisms and compress through the use of... Oh, thank you, follow. That's really nice of you. But yeah, use of potent. magnetic. Any attempt they might make to boss in would result in it effectively turning itself into multi into capable of vaporizing the internals to anyone in a region. That Wenjun had shared it when they had shared it with the coalition. Cheers, man. Yeah. When they had shared it with the coalition team, so with the sharing it with the Cano and won them back. Both of the planets. Back the rest of. One moment, I'm gonna be right back. No. So the way a jumble of wires would work, so kind of, right? It would make it so that nobody could reverse engineer the firewall, but they might still be able to figure out a weakness or something in it. Jumble of wires doesn't make anything work better than it otherwise would have. It just makes it hard for people to reverse engineer. So, like, if you wanted to do a security research application, say a computer science, like computer security application of it, you could create a virus that people couldn't reverse engineer. But they could still figure out signatures and stuff for it. So, yeah. And also, it doesn't make it impossible to reverse engineer. It just makes it harder to reverse engineer than it would be for someone to replicate the entire functionality from scratch. So, basically, it just makes it so that it would be a much better use of resources, significantly better use of resources, for someone to entirely redevelop whatever you create from scratch than it would be for them to spend those resources trying to reverse engineer your implementation of it. Like, obviously, there's going to be some things that won't be the case for things with, like, liquid light, right? They're probably never going to reverse engineer that anyways, but it will be a lot easier for them to just learn how to manipulate liquid light and stabilize it and extract it or whatever. Coming back. Every world. Oh. Or else. Yes. So let's put it this way: if you took a Jumble of Wires car back to the Middle Ages, it would be better for them to try and somehow independently invent the internal combustion engine, develop their own car, and get to the point of making a car that is just as fast as the car you brought back, than it would be for them to try and figure out how the original car worked. Right? And but the same car that you modified would not run any faster, it would not get any better fuel efficiency, wouldn't be any more durable or anything like that. It would just be a normal car that's hard to reverse engineer. I'm protecting. A total of 1,000 such still that cost across the in addition to cross targeting that would enable yeah. Train with the Canopians and won them back every world at Astro in exchange for Elfman. Oh, that's protecting them. Total of 1,000 such systems built at cost across the planet. And a cross-targeting network that would enable coordination. It was a pricey deal. Almost in excess of what could such on the open market that would likely over billion bills. So if you're wondering what 10 billion C. So this is effectively Jun trading like $100 billion weapons package in exchange for military aid. Like, they are heavily overpaying, but at the same time they get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 entire like settled planets out of it. Actually, is Islington Pinopian right now? No, they might have been in the future. Good look. Praxa Montarca. Yes, but you have to recognize that Jun's entire nation has about the total population of the state of New York. Here, let me look up state of New York population. 20 million. Okay, so I guess technically not. Is it California? 40 million people. I don't remember. Point is, Jun's population is like damn tiny compared to. So I think it might actually be just the U.S. Huh. Hmm. But. Actually, it wouldn't be 1,000. Let's say. Not counting the revenue. Say the additional revenue from auction. Didn't account for the cross targeting network and the Hmm. Oh. And the re and the priority on and the yeah. Yep. And the option to purchase to refuse on off but despite it all was a good deal. Belgian would likely spend perhaps if they had that much liquid, they could uh perhaps if they actually put add liquid much free yep. Oh shit. Like they'll come with like a limit, say a supply contract for a little while, probably for a few years or whatever. But past that, honestly, they'll have enough stored in them for a while. Perhaps if they actually had that much free. Um. Um. Mm. Mm. Perhaps if they actually are that much. Probably closer to 30 to 40 years, but only if you don't account for the but that's only if you don't account for secondary effects. Because a lot of other people are going to see Canopus's alats and definitely want their own. Right? So once Jun is finished building all of the, say once the coalition is done building all the Canopian alats, there'll be like a production deal on the liquid light for all of the for those that'll probably last a little while, and like it'll also store pretty well, so they'll come with like the initial supply that will be like sufficient for probably like 5 to 10 years, and then maybe they'll get like one full refuel. They'll have credit for like a full refuel of everything, but yeah. Perhaps if they actually had that much free capital. They could have hired enough for Bill aside to form an army large enough to deal with deal with the but that would also have resulted in uncounted, especially with operating the MRB. And the immense tax perfect. So the way I'm going to have it is that Jun is going to come back from the periphery with battleship grade compact KF cores, and they're going to do they're going to return with like the full complement of 25 ships. There will already be other ships in production by this point, like in the slips waiting for them. They're going to be armed with black box communicator. So the Jun will also have the black box jammers, and they're going to have the FTL communications. Jun will also have a new system that I think I'm going to call hyperpulse what do you call it? Hyperpulse scanners, which will effectively be pseudo FTL sensors or pseudo FTL active sensors, where it uses the emergence wave from a HPG to gather information about the target and basically cuts the light lag from a sensor in half. Right? So it goes from, oh, we have that and we do blah 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 blah. That's one thing I'm thinking about. The other thing that I'm considering is, the thing is, I really don't want to give them super jump technology this early. What I might do, what I might do is, coordinated jump technology, where Jun basically cracks the, advances the Ryan ice ships like formation jumps in such a way that they're able to get in fleets of jump ships traveling together in a single unit, which would allow them to jump from L1 to L1 points really efficiently. So Jun could have trading fleets of multiple ships connected together, traveling together, and perhaps like doing that kind of thing. So that would be interesting. Oh. So yeah. So that's one thing. The other thing that I'm considering is a direct HPG tap as a power source. Right? Because there's this whole implication based on FTL fusion systems that say like dropship fusion drives and everything that that thrusters are generating far more thrust than they should be able to. So what I'm thinking is Jun is able to create this HPG based direct energy tap, especially for static structures like space stations, that allows them to draw plenty of power with like very minimal fuel. So it allows them to operate effectively infinitely in deep space, because even the limited fuel that it can gather through like magnetic scoops will be enough, and that allows for like proper deep space stations that will never have to refuel, and it can like support large populations. Maybe other things that might be interesting would be I think one thing that might be interesting is Jun solves the problem with black box jamming, right? So they can create omnidirectional FTL signaling that is extremely useful for them. Like it's like locally useful, and it's like anywhere to any. Say it's like a full broadcast thing instead of the point-to-point transmissions that HPGs do, but they don't cause the pollution. Like maybe Jun figures out like, okay, they figure out black box technology. They discover the jamming effects it has on jump travel, and then they both learn how to maximize and minimize it, so that either they can cause it so that they can like generate it so that it makes it impossible for for jump ships to arrive at a specific jump point, but they can also minimize it so that any damage is solved in a relatively short period of time. That would be interesting. That was the dozen of the dozens of mercs in there. the commands that would be required. For an attack. Dozens of mercenary commands that would be required for an attack. The side major. They're on the sector required to fully depose the current area. That didn't count for count. That even account for the long-term diplomatic win. This side. The coalition would have to spend quite some time recovering from the war, even if and the fact that they would no doubt be flush with funds would mean little, and would just mean they more desirable. That can account for the long-term diplomatic win that quite some time. Recovering from the war. Exactly. With the improved might be having external so the FTL scanner is only twice light speed, which is still great. But what it does is it takes an already detected system, like already detected object, jumps nothing to the approximate position of the object, and uses the reflected energy from the emergence wave to detect it. So it's not like and that return energy still returns at light speed. So it's not like a silver bullet or anything. The other option, if I don't want to do that, like that's one way of doing it. The other option is if Jun is somehow able to adapt black box technology to detect jumps at FTL speeds by like detecting the hyperspace signature of a jump. I don't know. Ooh. Invaluable. It's usually a few minutes, but yeah, so I don't know. I'd have to think about it. I'm trying to decide whether it is like there's there's like four different options I can go with, and I'm trying to decide which one would be the right balance between useful and not too overpowered. Right? The useful side of things is so the scale goes from least useful to most useful, right? Least useful is the HPG sonar thing, the targeting systems that operate at double light speed. This is great for like guided missile systems or like long range long range aiming, where you are targeting systems like that are in motion and stuff and getting information back from them faster than light speed, right? Then there is being able to detect jumps, where like maybe it is some sort of HPG. Say maybe it's some sort of like detecting the hyperspace waves given off by jump ships that blah 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 blah. The next step up is being able to detect fusion generators, like fusion thrusters and stuff, where it says, "Oh, hey, because we're detecting interactions between real space and hyperspace, we can pick up on all of these previously unknown hyperspace taps, and we can detect them at FTL speeds, which means that we can detect them anywhere in the system pretty quickly." The other thing I was thinking that might be useful is an FTL weapon, where you basically have a HPG, but instead of transitioning a signal, you basically transition the internal, like the actual fusion energy, like plasma, and you basically just like teleport a ball of unstable plasma right next to your opponent, so that they are suddenly hit with like they are hit FTL and FTLs like pretty much instantly with a ball of plasma. There is like kind of something that's like vaguely analogous to this in canon, which makes this like a possibility, which is the fact that HPG towers can be used as weapons by like weaponizing the like hyperpulse thing that they generate, and that is apparently a thing you can do. But if you could have the effect manifest on the other side and then target it accurately enough to hit a target, you could effectively have like a telekill option. But that's very much not the kind of thing that I want Jun to have right now, because it's basically an I win button. Unless the opponents are willing to do like swarm tactics or some shit. I don't know. I have to think about it. Okay, I'm gonna be right back in just a second. You can think about, so you can suggest some stuff. But yeah. But yeah, there's a lot of space to work with in terms of HPG stuff that I could give Jun. But at the same time, I don't want. Yes, but that is still light limited, and that's the whole neutrino system that they're doing with the weak. Right? They're going to be developing neutrino detector system that will allow them to detect the presence of any fusion. Yeah, and like within the system, that's kind of okay because that's like what 30 minutes at most, and that's still great for detecting people coming into the system. But yeah, FTL sensory options are actually kind of busted because you have to remember that FTL systems means that you get to handle targeting, like have up-to-date targeting information, and that's really good for avoiding dodges and shit. I need to update this at some point. When it comes to ending off such and history, if grade incline people towards competing for the production, they would be I mean, it can work on planets. You just need to shove it inside a fusion. Like, you need to wrap it in a fusion plant to make an artificial jump point. But yeah, you can. You can totally use it to operate on a planet and generate vast amounts of energy. Having external support would be invaluable when it comes to fending off such attacks, and it's inclined people towards people that they for the production that they would be, not to mention that the defenses would be proven But worrying. Proven back in office without worrying. Someone who the main shot be making far too complex. I haven't decided yet. I'm going to be cardboard for just a second. Okay, so am I detected? No, I am not being detected. That's unfortunate. Why is that not working? There we go. Oh, that's why. Is the charging working at least? Well, yeah, it is. It's working great. There we go. Yeah, they have the intelligence to do that now. They'll probably just add cutouts for future deals that will rely on advancements. Like, they'll be guiding people to work in areas for their deals where it's like, hey, we're doing a lot of research. VIT is churning out new products all the time. Perhaps we'll set this as, okay, you have credits towards VIT purchases. We'll offer stuff at cost, and you can do stuff, and we can negotiate yearly what the exact products that you want are. By actors that would be working to this. Yeah, like there's a reason why Katrina is going to, like, is definitely going to be like keeping the Victors Coalition in mind when she's like putting out that peace, so when she's making that peace deal with Hans, right? She's going to be inviting Jun to the wedding because, like, despite the fact that she and likely many of the other great houses fully know that the Victors Coalition is a major threat and, like, is a major player, they can't come out and say it. Because otherwise, if they do come out and say it, what happens is there is now a sixth contender for the for the Throne of the Star League. And they don't want that at all, in any way whatsoever. Yeah, and like there will be people who will definitely think of the Victors Coalition as the next Star League, right? The people who don't believe that the succession or wars will end with one of the great houses taking control over the Star League is the like the people who don't believe that the Victus Coalition will say that the succession wars will end with one of the major players gaining full control over the thingamabobber, the whole Star League. They will be likely of the opinion that, hey, the Victus Coalition has come out and so has appeared, and this seems like the next Star League, where instead of the Star League coming back and being the next frontier for all of humanity, it is very much a situation where they believe that the Victus Coalition is like, okay, this is where humanity goes next, instead of going back to the Star League and going back to that golden age. Working to do. And there would be plenty. I mean, like, even that's kind of messy, right? What Jun is far more interested in doing is basically just uplifting all the planets they control, which means that, like, if Comstar attacks them, they would destroy Comstar and then, like, dump the Earth in the control of the various nations that are still there. And, like, maybe strike a deal with them to, like, provide protection. Maybe. But, like, Earth is actually, in at least to my understanding, a decent place to live in Battletech. Because without unless, like, Comstar provides protection. As long as you don't go against Comstar, you get to enjoy, like, the best Terran medicine. You get to enjoy everything that, like, survived the Amaris Civil War, right? Because basically what happened is, when Comstar came to power, they immediately claimed Earth, and they still had a lot of the tech that was... like, a lot of the tech, because this is before the first Succession War, right? This is still the Amaris revolts, or whatever the hell they call it. That state is when Comstar took over Earth, which means Earth still had a lot of what it needed to rebuild itself. And, like, the whole setup there is that Earth is one of the best places to live in the inner sphere, still. So, what Jun might do is basically just turn over Earth to the people living there, and basically say, hey, yeah, you take care of this place, we'll give you some alats, or space alats, or whatever, to protect the planet from the rest of the inner sphere, and you do whatever you want. So, me. The main challenge is making Jun had pretty much, yeah. Had no doubt. Jun had no doubt that Comstar, at the very least, would not be happy. The fact that would be even more reason to turn and it would likely shatter any Illusion. They still held that Vit was built atop some sort of star. Now we've also come to another thing that's a little more important. Jun is now smart enough. No, Jun doesn't even care about expanding into deep space. The thing is, there is enough space in the coalition for everything Jun wants to do for the immediate future. Right? Like, Jun is there is so much space. There's going to, like, in the coalition, not including the additional planet that I'm going to be setting up here, which is going to be calculating, what's it called, Victus Coalition space. So I'm going to be adding another planet here that's going to be named Victus, and this is going to be the new Vit headquarters. It's somewhere around here. And it's going to be near Illyria, Lothario, and Niops. So somewhere around here is going to be that planet. I actually found out how to run this locally, so that's good. I went into that and I've made this, which is, well, I downloaded that branch for this thing. And now I have the open this. I have this, which adds the Victus the Victus page. And yeah. I'm going to have to expand. I'm going to edit this so that it handles the additional range stuff, maybe. But yeah, I'm going to adjust the position of this here, and the idea is Jun is going to gain access to, like, a borderline habitable system over here that is going to effectively act as their personal testing ground / development area, and it's going to be fairly central to the whole coalition. I was thinking about doing it on Valerius. Honestly, Leximon kind of works. Whatever. Point is, I'm going to edit this map now that I have it to actually have the Victus Coalition properly done, and I'll also expand the circle so that it is covering 45 light years. Ooh. It is somewhere in here. Pause to inspect hover element. Firefly. So it isn't actually a hover thing. It's a Java. Okay, whatever. Point is, I've edited this to add in a Victus thing. I will do that. I'll probably make a little Victus Coalition symbol and do that. It's fine. Include Niops. Not Revel, because Revel is... like, there's a bunch of the hyperspace-related stuff with jump technology. But there's also going to be a bunch of stuff to do with, like, like civilizational level stuff, right? Jun is going to be focusing a lot on, like, education and whatnot. So Jun will be looking at effectively improved neurohelms that will allow for feedback and stuff, as well as like limited sense emulation, things to do with like things to do with like education and people growing up and all that stuff, as well as rebuilding a lot of the lost knowledge and like advancing a little bit past that. I know Jun is at this point going to be... Jun is not going to be... is going to be avoiding AI, not because they can't do it. Like, there is enough technology around that they could figure it out. They're just going to be avoiding it because it would be... say, they don't see the use in it, basically. Where it would be it would oppose their long-term goals. Options. creating they had been able to I also am doing a thing where Jun is able to create hyper dense liquid light, but it's like in a very stable state, right? Where by compressing it, it becomes less reactive and that kind of thing. And basically, I'm going to have them create like semi-solid light, I guess would be the appropriate thing. Children, get that. Limited. Channels of liquid. They liquid light. Oh, wait. That would calculates. That right. That would if effectively act as a form of armor. Yeah, that's kind of something that I'm looking at doing, where Jun is doing, say, is like needs to roll out this massive educational system. They'll also be designing an educational system that is intended to like foster intelligence and capability, right? It's not like the modern schooling system. It would be like it would be a system centered around nurturing capability and expanding understanding based on that. I guess like some limit, like modern LLM based recontextualizing, where it will take some level of like it would rephrase lessons as related to specific interests, right? Where it would keep track of what people are interested in, and it would rephrase questions around that, right? For example, it might say, "Hey, um, you are so you're interested in the arts and you like singing. Well, let's have you learn let's have you learn waves in terms of like how they relate to harmonics and stuff, and expand things there, and like learn about learn about physics and stuff in that way." And yeah, okay, effectively active penetration would make any attempts at sabotage extremely easy pickup. That hurts. Let's see. Let's see. Extremely easy to pick up on. Teleport. Yep, and like it would focus on the skills that are useful to their interests, right? And it will teach them how to like translate skills across different interests, so that people evolve on their own time and become like much more skilled. And like expand things. And the idea would be to like heavily educate the people from the Victors Coalition. It would be to the point that eventually other nations would be trying to poach people from the Victors Coalition just to have like a glimmer of the intellectual capability that the Victors Coalition will be fostering, right? Because it is but like just imagine like Jun wouldn't even notice the brain drain because at the level they would be operating at, it would be like hilariously minimal. Oh. Mm. Oh. Mm. Mm. Oh. Mm. Mm. Oh. They had been combining the property of some of these that the barrier can made use of would effectively turn the outer of an out ablative armor that cool. I mean, they would, even if they do, like, the thing is, they would manage to poach some people, right? Because even standard, like, even like the standard like quality of life in the coalition is not going to be better than the best quality of life outside of it. Obviously, the best quality of life in the coalition is going to be better than the best quality of life outside of it. But like, if you are living as a rich person on like Avalon or some shit, you are going to have a better quality of life than just random person in the coalition. But like, the thing is, that would only work for like a random person in the coalition, right? Sure, they'll be well educated and everything, but this isn't going to be like the geniuses that Jun would be specifically seeking out and like hiring on as part of their technical teams. This would be the equivalent of, oh, they're just like some random PhD grad, and the rest of the inner sphere is fighting over them because that means it's like they are better than any of, they're like not more intelligent but better educated than the rest of the like the rest of the inner sphere. And yeah. Mm, uh, 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 I guess so. The thing is, the other problem with trying to recruit people from the coalition is that part of the educational systems are there for like incentivizing compassion and growth, like compassion and what do you call it? Compassion and like hope, I guess would be the right term. Like people in the coalition will be will sort of to a certain extent expect things to get better over time. Yeah. Compassion, cooperation, and like hope, where they expect things to get better over time and they enjoy seeing other people succeed. Like, competition is a thing in the coalition, but at the same time, they are very much led towards the idea that, hey, yeah, it's be like if someone else does something cool, there's nothing wrong with like appreciating that shit. So, like, there is a certain level of like compassion and meritocracy expected of, yeah, there's a certain level of compassion and meritocracy that would be innate to Victor's coalition culture, and the rest of the inner sphere would find that those kinds of people hard to deal with, because they're like, they would be the kind of people to just like randomly reach out to like people who are having a hard time and helping them out and that kind of thing. So the barrier generates would make a different show. Not perhaps the best, but compared to anything. The overall deal was creeping up to be quite I just made a few minor allowing, technically eating. Market aside having the ability to for the adjusting. Yeah, I'll have to think about it. Adjusting where allowing locking down lock where Canopus could deploy the ensuring they would be used to hold up joint back to hold up their end of the joint back. Finally, the remit of the upcoming think tank for the refining of the the refinement of the systems. Focusing more on time. Focusing more on time than on the on achievable live time than achievable goals. With any luck, they would be able to use the offer. They also expanded made some options. Me selected some alternative options for payment. The delegation was quite interested in getting a hold of honestly, the straight pocket dimension idea, like an inventory, would be a great power perk. So that's actually pretty useful. Let me add that to the list of new perks. Also, so we'll do that's the wrong one. I need MAtIS. Okay, so new perk ideas. What? Inventory. Extra dimensional inventory perks. There's already a pocket space perk, so we don't need to worry about that. But we'll do an power. Okay, that's a thing for me. 1 second. Okay, but yeah. I kind of don't want to do a perk that has basically... Yeah, I'd rather have it set to be like some kind of... I'd rather have it set to be something that kind of grows over time rather than expanding slowly. Rather than like one big thing. So I'd probably set it to be like 1 ton / 1 cubic meter, and then like it multiply, say it doubles every time you get it. One second, you grab something. Okay. Yeah, let's both the dense laser. Dense infantry laser sounds better. Get hold of the dense infantry. Just strips. Close quite. I need more powers, anyways. So. Sorry about that. It's called dense because it's a heavy laser, like a mech heavy laser, condensed down to something that's man portable. It's still like roughly the size of like a shoulder mounted SRM weapon, but it delivers the same punch um as a as a mech heavy laser. Um, oh, some. Regarding health. I mean, it's not going to be like it's not going to be like machine gun speeds. It's still going to be like, it's still going to take like reloading ammo because there's only so much liquid light you can shove into a projectile. But yeah, it's going to be like infantry is going to matter all of a sudden, which is going to be huge for like less developed nations, because suddenly you have infantry capable of dealing reasonable amounts of damage to a heavy mech. Or like to a mech. And it's going to be way cheaper to buy a bunch of skills than it will be to buy like an entire mech. And you know what's great about it being an infantry weapon? it's really hard to use them against air targets, which is basically the entire coalition military. Like, yes, they have some infantry, but like the majority of coalition strength comes from air assets. So offered up. Yep. Like, the big thing with mechs is that they are super adaptable and carry more firepower per transport ton than basically anything else, right? They're the most flexible weapon system that can be deployed per dropship ton. And suddenly you have infantry lasers that are way better. So yeah. And we're going to look out of the coalition. Need to do another 1,000 words. Even yep. Even if one dense infantry laser costs like 3 million C-bills, it's gonna be a huge thing. Uh, the Capellan Confederation. Uh, I think that changes. Like that might not be a thing that happens. I think the Capellan Confederation might try and do like espionage stuff. Like there are definitely groups that would still target the Confederation, not because it's because it might be a stupid idea to attack them, but at least in some situations, it's a worse idea not to attack them, right? Especially if you are interested in keeping power. Hello, Echo. How are you doing? Enjoy your lurking. Enjoy your lurking. Uh, um. Um. Hmm. Hmm. Um. Hmm. Yes, but they might try for different tactics, right? They might try and land far away from any built-up civilization. They might try for like stealth-based, uh, what do you call it? Stealth-based, infiltration attacks, like sabotage and all of that kind of thing. But yeah. Um. Mm, mm, we change some meaning to other. I mean, Echo is definitely looking to lurk there, so I'll leave him to do that. Clarifying. I'm sealing off loophole they might. Yep. Let's see. The changes continue flow. Tell me for this is the clarifying. Like that they wouldn't. They were. The final. Agree. Does it look good? Ray and asked as they enter. Mm. Um. Mm. Um. Uh, mm, uh, I think so. I believe so. I'd have to go looking through the march again. It's been a little while since I wrote anything like that, but I believe so. Okay, one moment. I'll be right back. Okay, there we go. Sorry about that. But honestly, if I am lacking medical perks, that's probably a good place to expand. I had a bunch of healing stuff recently. Hmm. Just the final. If something good. Your manage. Uh, I will. We should. It's still a few out, but we will be. Ooh. Cool. I'll look into it myself. If you can't find anything, I'll look into it myself and probably add a perk for that. But any luck, war. It should be a nice things. Sorry about the bump there. Oh. Ring in a new. Ring in the. Celebrate the hopes for couple. So Kinka, hello, say Echo just dropped by. I mean, it just means that you have similar interests. Oh? What are they trying to stir up the people to do? We'll have to arrange something when back here. Do say. Will you be John shrugged. Maybe. Don't really find the whole process. That's difficult because you run into the Gandhi problem, right? Because Gandhi tried to suggest non-violent protest as a way of fighting the Nazis, and well, you know how that goes. Epic rap battles of history. Weird to think that it's a classic now. Is your character trying to advocate non-violent methods of rebellion, or are they like they're fine with people resorting to violence to defend themselves? There's a book that the US military distributed in France during the Second World War, which talks a lot about non-violent protest options, which are basically civilian sabotage. You might want to look into that. Yeah, so basically, the US airdropped these books into Nazi-occupied France with the intention of basically showing the French people ways of non-violently protesting against Nazi occupation by basically making by basically performing actions that would sabotage the German manufacturing effort in France. So if it's like institutionalized oppression, like looking into that for inspiration might be useful. Didn't really find the ashamed, really. That the just they shrugged. Maybe I'll come to like not trying to pull shit. I pull something. Try and cultivate oh, if I have the read. I'll consider it if I have the freed. Governor. Strategic amount of compassion. They grace locked. Say laughed for a while. Laughed as he walked. Started. Look at the treaty details. They sat for a while as he picked apart the various clauses, occasionally asking questions about this. Oh. Yeah, that would be good. So, page general. Medical scanner stuff. How? I mean, I know there is a medicine perk. I know there's a medicine perk, so if I do... There is the... body... Yeah, pharmacology, which does medicines. There's surgery. And I think I'll also do like a physiotherapy physics one. I'll do physics, yeah. Sure, we can do diagnostics. Power. Instant. Diagnose. Let's see. This or that. Before long, they had something. There were more. Few minor things that were more to give them. Try to win before ending that. Where the Virgin wanted to be. I don't really consider that to be a thing that makes sense. Right? There is, like, oh sure, you can make shit with a biological system, but the underlying technology is the same. Like, if we take, for example, let's do a random object. Let's do something in stuff so that I can get a example. So let's say this black horizon. So let's say this this inertial unifier, right? Let's say that you have all of the Higgs field technology that surrounds inertial unification. Say what do you call it? That surrounds this whole inertial dampener technology. You can implement that using biotech if you understand it, which is the whole like biological system stuff, and you've got all the other things that go into it. I think there is perks. There might be a space for a perk there somewhere, but I also don't want to super go into more physics perks right now. That's kind of overrepresented in the March. Hmm. I'd have to think about it. Things that were more given, some more, there to give them. Virgin had initially wanted, but lost it. Hopefully. There. Saving the final. Take this. Able to send it to the magistrate's party. Before end of. The actual deployment. The signing itself went quite. The signing itself went quite. Uh. Short ceremony. So there palm and circumstance surrounding announcement. But announcement. Had been quite extra. So, the fact of the matter was that the MAtIS had joined the military agreement. Mm. Uh. Let's see. Systems borders.json. Patterns. Okay, so I'll have to make up a Victus coalition. Logo at some point. Going to build with the Sim. Simultaneous accepting the new recognizing the new policy and committing military support towards. Okay, cheers, man. Honestly, I really should be dropping off myself. This stream has gone on for an hour and a half longer than it should have. But yeah, I was just hoping that I'd be able to get to 4,500. Still got to 400, so Say 4,000. So that's still nice. Maybe I'll be able to finish it sometime before stream tomorrow. Incoming war against should be. Cheers. Grace. Which just left. Hmm. 2994, is it? No. 96. Cool. Full year 2996. 25th of January. We just left one thing before. We just left before they could leave. Breathe. Two weeks of two in joint effort. Towards the edge of the fog. Okay, I'm going to wrap up there. Cheers, everyone. Bye. Anyone still here? So I can just make sure I need to raid anyone. I'm quite... I don't think so. Cheers, everyone.